Searching, searching for a life. Marty, get her over, come on. I don't care what you said, I'll be there. I'm the one who love you. And you do whatever. Come on. It's not to be. Yeah. With my tell you, every time I go over to the Vegas show, they sing this song. So my final friend. I'll stake my king. I'll make I a lot that's full. I've got the rain and it's going and oh, but more than this, I did it. And you're reward. Regret. I haven't been, but then again, do something. What I had to do, that's what we did, right? That's right. So it's true. Without anything, I plan. Each time for each will stand. What I did, I said, it's fine. What is it? If I don't say it, it's just fine. Just say the thing we truly feel, and the world all can be ready. I don't know. I love laughter.
So, where's Will?
Have mercy. I will worship as you survive. I find it so amusing to think, well, you know that. And I say, but not a dime. Oh, don't I think what I think? Because I have yes, you and I you when I feel more I could do it all. When there was time, I made it up. The record show that I can go. That's our song, isn't it? Wait a minute. You know this guy, right? It's the only you will find anyone. You got to do Vegas and do this. It's the only you won't let anyone. You can hit someone, you love someone. Now you won't see me cry. All the time. Now you won't anytime. When I see you about it, such a crime. You can hit every day. About this thing. Love will never do. What you want me to That's all the time we have, though. Did you have a good time, though? All right. Let's get on with the rest of the program. Yeah, you kind of know what the expectations are. Can you believe it? That's a crime, right? They couldn't bring us a minute of crime to send them over temptations, brother.
Oh, where's our lapel mic?
It's here.
Just enough to the music. Look at that, it's like a crime.
It wasn't Rick, it was me.
Okay, folks, we're wrapping up the musical interlude. Fritz Springmeyer is about to give his talk, so that'll be coming up very shortly now. We just got back from lunch break. Yes, it's Fritz. Jane, I see your message. And I'll be on the keyboard typing with you guys and putting your comments up on the screen. So this is the convention for Saturday night. We're in Tewksbury, Mass. And this is the Still Alive in 2025 convention. And there's Brother Al. Thanks for the music. Okay, back to the main stage.
Well, on our program, Fritz has been 5 or 6 weeks doing a number of programs for us. So we have been like the was that 2 problems?
Yeah.
Well, what we got here is a man named Fritz Springmeyer. A lot of people know who he is. As a matter of fact, we've had together right now 14 different programs running with 6 meetings. And Fritz has one of those. And I have to tell you something. He gets the most praise. People love Fritz Springmeyer. And he's a good man. He's written a book, The Line, many people probably know he is. A lot of people don't. And you know, Fritz is going to tell you some things tonight that might be very bad. We have a lot of here. Try. 1, 2, 3. 1. Oh. One. You want to share some left up there? 1. 1. 1. 1.
And this one may be on.
We're getting ready to wait.
Is my time mic interfering?
No, that one. So that one.
Oh.
Interfering.
Okay.
Let me make sure that this one.
One. One. One. One. One.
I'm guessing it's the dead now.
One. 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 Okay, we got that. That's what you know, Solomon left a little early. He's a call we need him, but you never know when there could be a problem with Solomon. I think that's it. So we all set that, Scott? Okay, good. Thank you. Well, anyway, this man's name is Fritz Springmeyer. He came all the way from Kansas. He's been on the 6 screens numerous times. He gets, when he comes in, everyone listens to Fritz. Now, everyone doesn't totally agree with Fritz. He's a very controversial man, I'll tell you that. But he seems to have some things that he wants to talk about that we got to really think about. So, Fritz, I'm going to give you a microphone. I want you to tell the audience tonight some of the things you want us to know.
Okay.
I'll try to make this. Like that. Hold on 1 second.
Wants to tip over.
So I'm tipping over here. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to get some new information besides what's in my books. You're going to get the story behind the story. He introduced this book. What's the story behind that? And we're also going to see what kind of agenda the elite have right now for us. So you're going to see that my books are history. They're not conspiracy theory. They're the secret history that's been kept out of the public view. Now, going back to the act that I just, that I'm coming after, and Al Smith, my mother one day asked, "Do you know what I love about you?" I don't know, Mom, because everything I did, my mother loved. And I said, "What?" And she said, "You love life." We love life, don't we? And that's the way Deuteronomy 30 wants us to choose life. And that love of life got me through the incredible things that I discovered. So let's all bear that in mind. We love life, and that'll help us all get through this. So someone, when I stepped into the building and they saw who I was, they go, "Is what you're talking about even going to be relevant to anything?" Well, my people, it's relevant to everything. And there was a lady, she wasn't in the Jehovah's Witnesses. She was in another religion, and she got disfellowshipped. And she hadn't done anything wrong. And for over 20 years, she was dysfunctional. She was heartbroken. I mean, because she felt like this group was it. And then they kicked her out for no reason. And I came along and I explained to her that her church, that very congregation, had a satanic coven, and she was asking too many questions, and she was beginning to uncover what they were doing. That's why they kicked her out. It was because, and that was healing to her. So a lot of the information I have is healing to people, and I have helped a lot of people, and I'm constantly being asked by people to help them. So bear that in mind as I go through this information. How did I get started? Well, to start with, I got started with some dreams in 1978, divine dreams that asked me to expose the corruption in the churches. And over the years, I've reflected, I was probably about the only one that God could give that, because in the end, in doing so, I ended up losing repeatedly everything I had. and very few people would jump in and dare to tread where angels fear to tread. So I did thousands of hours of research into the Illuminati, a secret group that most people probably don't even know what it is or haven't heard of it. Anymore, in recent times, more people have come to know something about it at least. And I was a minister in a home church, and that plays kind of a role because one of the people in that home church, he was a people person, and he was walking along and he passed by 4 women and he heard the word Illuminati and he turned around, and he's a people person. If you want to know about the Illuminati, you've got to meet my friend, Fritz Springmeyer. He knows all about it. Well, it turns out that those 4 women had been teamed together in the Illuminati, and they were trying to escape the Illuminati. And so we set up a meeting time, and I got to meet them face to face. I had already met some people, individuals from the Illuminati. And of course, I always try, when I get information, no matter where it comes from, I try to vet it. You know, what's this person's angle? How reliable are they? And so forth. I just don't want to accept it. And with individuals, it was hard. But with 4 people whose stories all backed each other, now I had something that I could rely on. And so it was very helpful. So for years, I've been doing research into the secret organization, sort of like looking into a house, peeking through the windows, you know. And now I had someone on the inside, I had people on the inside to give me the inside information. So this book ended up a combination of lots of research as well as inside information. And they took me and showed me ritual sites. They showed me how and where they moved the children for various reasons. The children are used for ritual sacrifices and for pornography and so forth. They showed me all of this. And so what we're doing here is what Al said that we needed to do, and that is peel the onion back. I'm going to peel it back for you. I'm going to show you the whole context of the Watchtower Society and the depth of it. So hopefully that will be very helpful to people. Now, while I was meeting in that first meeting, there was a couple important things that happened that I want to share with you. One is because I've been researching the Illuminati, I knew that they put a premium on bloodlines. And so there were some bloodlines that were pretty easy to identify as top bloodlines: Astor, DuPont, Rockefeller, Rothschild. And I took all of the big names of important families and I printed them out on a sheet of paper. And I gave it to the ladies and I said, now, will you circle the top 13? I knew there was 13 that they had decided to make as they had decided on that number because some previous researchers in the 1980s had discovered that. One lady who had come out of the occult said there were 13. So they started circling. Now, I'm going to make an analogy here. So let's say for years you have worked hard every day to win an Olympic event. And finally, you win that gold in the Olympics. How are you going to feel? Yeah, exactly, except you might cry from the emotions of it all. When they circled the Russell family, I started crying because I had done so much research. And they told me that Charles Taze Russell's strange his strange death on Halloween was actually a ritual murder. Okay, so I got my eyes opened about all of that. We heard earlier with Barbara Anderson that the first person who was president of the Watchtower Society was not Charles Taze Russell. He was Henry Conley. Who was Henry Conley? He was a banker and philanthropist. And I have been exposing what bankers and philanthropists are. The Illuminati in general are Gnostics. They believe that your good deeds must balance your bad deeds. So quite a lot of their kingpins are philanthropists. Okay, what you go to Who's Who book, biographies, and you come to these names, and under occupation they say philanthropist. What is a philanthropist? It's somebody who gives money away. Really? Think about it. Okay, you're going to go out in the street and you're going to give your money away. That's your occupation. Isn't that bizarre? But nobody thinks of it as bizarre. That's just normal. No, that's bizarre. Somebody just goes around and hands out money. Some of these people just have given, walk the streets and given out money, but usually their philanthropy is self-serving. They give it to organizations that they want to. The other thing that was significant that we talked about was the Mother of Darkness Castle. And I have been to Europe quite a few times, 6 times, and I have traveled all over Europe. And so they told me about this castle in Belgium and described going to it. And I thought to myself, wow, because at that time I lived in Oregon. My county was about the same size as Belgium. It's a small country. And I knew that I knew enough that from what they told me, I'd be able to locate this castle. And so being a researcher, I knew that Portland State University at that time on the 4th floor, they had a map section. And they had a series of maps from the US Army that were very detailed. I mean, they showed every house of the entire world. Now they no longer have it. But I knew that I could go and from their description, look at a map on that area and find the Mother of Darkness Castle that they described. And so I did. And then I had a friend, Robin de Ruyter. He was an author. We've co-authored a number of books. And I contacted him and said, find this Mother of Darkness Castle. Here's where it's at. But there were 3 castles in the area. So he was going to have to drive down there. He's in the Netherlands. It's not far from Belgium. And he did. And what did he find? Well, he found that 2 of those castles were ruins. That left only one, Chateau de Saint-Marie. But the area was so spooky that he would not take a picture of the castle. I have the picture he took at the start of my Rockefeller chapter. Let's see if I can find it here. And I'm sorry I didn't make slides. But right here at the top, all he did was take a picture of the gate. He was so spooked by the whole place. And there's a lot more. I don't have time to tell you why everything was so spooky. So it wasn't until a couple years later that another friend who was also a researcher over there actually came back and he took a picture of the actual castle. Now, these 4 women, to some degree, all of them had trauma-based mind control. In other words, if they told secrets, the programming would kick in. They would get suicide programming and whatnot. So like for Cisco, to help her, I would give her plastic scissors. So when she had a cutting program, she wouldn't kill herself. But there were times when I just turned my back and she, a couple seconds later, had a whole handful of sleeping pills to commit suicide, or she had a razor and she had already started cutting herself. So I had to watch these people constantly. And to get around the no talk programming, what I did is I took her to a recycling center which had had as many magazines as this room. And we just spent hours and hours, her going through different magazines, getting magazines that she knew had pictures that she could cut up to make collages to show what was her programming and other things. And so she did a couple collages that showed the Mother of Darkness castle. When I got the picture from this researcher over there, I was just blown away. She nailed that castle to a T with her artwork. And as far as anybody knew, she was just a housewife that just lived there in Oregon City and didn't do anything. So one of her collages is this picture up here. And then the other collage that pertains is that's the picture of the Mother of Darkness castle. And that's her collage. You have to look in there, but you'll see that the architecture on her collage is exactly the same as the Mother of Darkness castle. I just blown away. Yeah, she hit it, and she nailed it to a T. So that was further confirmation that we had the right castle for sure. So in 1996, there was a scandal. It's called the Dutroux affair, and it was over in Belgium. And they stumbled upon tunnels and cells and a network of people. And what was going on is they were taking children, torturing them, killing them, pornography. It was horrendous. But what was further horrendous about this scandal was that it implicated, there was evidence that this whole thing spread way up into the Belgian government. It was a large network of criminal activity that was doing this to the children. And in fact, it went so high, David D. Marodi, he's in the Belgian royal family. His brother was implicated in the whole scandal. Well, they had to murder, and in other words, all the way up to David was the right-hand man at the top of the Illuminati. So that's how far it went. They had to murder 118 people to keep a lid on that. And if you look up Dutroux affair, you don't get the implication that this went all through the Belgian government. Judges were trying to cover it up. The people were getting outraged. There was 1 million people that went to the capital, Brussels, and protested about the Dutroux scandal. 1 million. They were outraged at what their government was doing. But they put a lid over the whole thing. But anyway, in 1997, the police over there in Belgium started investigating this. And people were telling them about this Mother of Darkness castle. Well, one of the things, for instance, that they would do on the Mother of Darkness grounds is they would take naked children and they would turn them loose and chase them like foxes and hunt them down. Another thing that they did was they always, every day, had a human sacrifice of a child. And that's why there were, every now and then, there were cars loads of children coming into the castle. And one policeman who wasn't in on the fix or didn't know what he was supposed to do, he stopped and inquired it, and he got all kinds of trouble from his higher ups. You know, you're not supposed to question those carloads of children going in there. So Interpol has to work through the police of that country. The law enforcement agency in the United States that works for Interpol is the FBI. Now, FBI was created by the Illuminati, and they're dirty. And recently, in recent years, you've seen how political they are. So that gives you a clue that they're not what their reputation is. It's not, they're not cut out. They're not as, it's like the Watchtower. Her reputation is not the reality. And so Interpol says, you need to go interview Fritz Springmeier, because we got witnesses that are talking about this castle, and Fritz Springmeier exposed it, and we want to know his sources and what he knows. I think it was divine grace, divine leading, that day that the FBI agent came to where I was living with Cisco so I could protect her and help her. And her husband was downstairs at the dining room table. I was upstairs working on my computer doing writing and research, and I felt led to go downstairs. Nothing 3D. I didn't hear anything or anything. I just, I'm going to go downstairs. I came downstairs at the perfect moment because that FBI agent had gone into the bathroom. And Eric was sitting there, and he looked up at me and he said, "There's an FBI agent here that wants to interview you, and he's been trying real hard to get me to kick you out of this house." Now, if you were law enforcement and you were trying to investigate murders, would you go and tell the people that your witness was living at that they need to kick him out on the street? Strange, huh? So I knew he wasn't sincere. So I go into the room with him, and then he starts attacking my books. Oh, they're full of errors and everything. So that's just further confirmation. The guy was not sincere. So instead of giving him any information, he was just told, "You're in over your head." So then, like 3 days later, he called, and it sounded like he was almost crying. I don't know, somebody somewhere, Interpol or something, had gotten on his case and told him, "You didn't interview me." He says, "They don't think I interviewed you properly." I wasn't going to give any information to him. I just said, "You're in over your head. Just leave it." So what if we had talked about it? Well, there's no statute of limitations on murder. These poor women that had been my source of information, if they opened up and said what they had participated in, they would be accessories to murder. They would be the ones to take the fall. You see what I mean? So it's a no-win on those kind of situations. Plus, you're going to talk to a dirty agent? No way. Okay, so I'm going to switch channels here. I'm going to talk about Russell and his beliefs. Now, my book here, which I just came out with, I wrote it last year, but I've been working 14-hour days, and I haven't had time to print it properly. So I'm going to come out with a paperback later, but I came out with a wire copy that's for sale. And I have a chapter where I talk about 37 beliefs, 37 parallels between Russell's beliefs and Masonic beliefs. You typically think, well, the Masons don't have any beliefs. Yes, they do. They have temples, they have the worshipful master, and as you go up, you start finding out their beliefs. They have beliefs, rather strange ones, and it's rather strange that Charles Taze Russell had these, and I'm going to talk about one because I really didn't cover it fully in this book. I just touched on it, so I'm going to touch on it deeper, and it's going to maybe blow some people away. Okay, so early in the Watchtower Society, they started putting in the Watchtower magazine that God lived in the Pleiades and that he sent instructions to the earth from the Pleiades. The Pleiadians, this was long before the New Age movement and the Pleiadians and UFOs and stuff. This was unusual. Okay, when you're in Freemasonry and you get to the 32nd degree, they give you a book. It's got a pinkish red cover, Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, right? And he was a 33rd degree Freemason. And in that book, it talks about the order of Pleiades. So already way back then in 1860, the Masons were already hung up on the Pleiades. What do they believe at the 33rd degree? I'm exposing for the first time in history, right before you, the significance and what their beliefs are. Nobody's ever linked. Even my own book doesn't really spell it out. The high-ranking Freemasons, 33rd degree Freemasons, believe the Pleiadians are ruling this planet. And they believe that the Pleiadian that's ruling this planet, his name is Jehovah. And in the 3rd degree ritual, it involves the name Jehovah. And they also, it's the tetragram. So what is Jehovah before the Jehovah's Witnesses started using it ad nauseum? Well, it is one of the most powerful, important words in black magic across the board. It's a Kabbalistic magic word. And people really don't know that. Why is the Watchtower hung up on the word Jehovah instead of Yahuwah or Yahweh or some of these others? We know, the Watchtower knows as a fact, Jehovah is not the way you pronounce the Tetragrammaton. Why are they, and they say, well, you got to pronounce the name right. I've heard many Jehovah's Witnesses say, you know, would you want someone pronouncing your name wrong? And yet they know they're pronouncing it wrong. So why are they hung up on a wrong pronunciation? It's because it's magic, people. It's from Masonry. It's from black magic. That's why. So I first learned about the Watchtower teachings on the Pleiades because I was with Witness Incorporated. Witness Incorporated was a Christian organization that was working to bring Jehovah's Witnesses out to freedom. And Dwayne Mignani was our faithful and wise servant. He was the one who did a lot of the research, had a complete library of everything the Watchtowers put out. And where I had my print shop was for his right-hand person, John Warren. So I had a complete library of everything the Watchtower had put out too, which is very helpful for my research. So Dwayne wrote a book with documentation, The Heavenly Weatherman. And in that book, he photocopies a Watchtower article that says, God can't predict the future. He just predicts the future like the weatherman. And it's like, wow. No wonder everybody's getting so, no wonder the Watchtower is getting so much wrong. They're listening to a weatherman. And in the back, he had a section where he had copies of where they said that God lived in the Pleiades. Okay, so then I researched it some more, trying to figure out, well, when did they stop this? The last I could see that they made this doctrine was 1954, but they never, as far as I could see, ever repudiated it or repented of it. So it's still secretly doctrine because they never said it was wrong. They just quit saying it, right? And then after me, I had a friend, he's Hungarian, Laszlo. And my experience with Hungarians is they're extremely bullheaded. That guy was so stubborn to the nth degree. And he saw this subject and he came out there to John's library, the Schuster Memorial Library. And he just doggedly went through all the Watchtower documents. And he came out with something like that. And he made like 8 copies of this in book form. I got one of them somewhere in my storage. So there was a lot more than Dwayne or I found, because Laszlo, who was so stubborn, found even a lot more. So it wasn't just some trivial doctrine that they once came out with. And isn't it amazing? Nobody's realized that was high-level Masonic belief. Interesting. So what does the Cabala teach us? What is the Cabala? Well, once you start studying these secret societies, you'll learn that the foundation philosophy for Freemasonry, the Odd Fellows, and a number of these other fraternities is the Cabala. Okay, so what does the Cabala believe? It's going to shock you. Okay, it's a lot of things. I can't give all of them, but there was a guy, and his name or his title was Vilna Gaon. Okay, his actual name was Elijah ben Solomon Zalman, and he lived from 1720 to 1797. And he wrote up a lot of, I call them prophecies. Kabbalists don't call them prophecies. They just say he was telling what the future would be. Okay, whichever way you want to see it, you know. The Watchtower doesn't make prophecies. They just tell what it's going to be, right? And he wrote a book, Kol HaTor. And that book's been secret for hundreds of years. What did he say in Kol HaTor? The Vilna Gaon was a Kabbalistic genius. And when you find out what he was saying was going to happen in the end times, it will blow you away. This is long before they had supercomputers, but he described AI and supercomputers, and he said they were going to be one of the messiahs. That is the Messiah ben Joseph. Messiah ben Joseph is to be artificial intelligence run by supercomputers that can run the whole world. There's two messiahs at the same time. The other messiah is Messiah ben David or David, and he's human. And the human one needs a temple. Yeah, they've been doing temple rituals over there in Jerusalem, and they've announced a Messiah a few years ago. So we got everything lined up according to all of this. And in 1990, there was a Rabbi Joel David Bockert, and he published the Secret Doctrines of Vilna Gaon. And it's a long title, so I have to read this. The Secret Doctrine of the Gaon of Vilna, and the subtitle is the Joseph's Messiah, Leviathan, Metatron, and Sacred Serpent. Well, you know about the Ouroboros, the sacred serpent of the Illuminati. And you know that it splits its tail because that means dialectic. It works off of dialectic. And that dialectic is called Leviathan. But what's Metatron? Metatron has different meanings. It's like an angel. It's an angel for Kabbalists. It's an angel for the Muslims. And also, it's the key word for 33rd degree Freemasons. It's the password, Metatron. And in 2019, there was a novel, and some of you know Revelation of the Knowledge. It seems like they always got to tell us what they're going to do. And maybe this was Revelation of Knowledge, I don't know. But there was a novel, Reality, by D.C. Wentz, and he talks about an AI supercomputer that's used by the syndicate, he uses the word syndicate, to dominate and control and run the world. So exactly what the Kabbalists are saying is going to happen. Now, what are these computers like? Well, I was blessed with, when you're rich, you get richer. When you're poor, you get poor. I'm information rich, so I just have people just give me more information, more information. I knew this guy who had stood in front of the Beast computer in Alaska during the Carter administration. And that's a whole long story that I can't get into. But that computer back then, and they're 40 years ahead of what we publicly know. So this computer its role was to control the world. But when I heard what it could do, I'm thinking there's got to be some kind of dissociation here, because if this supercomputer knows everything about everybody, it would know about the cabal, these evil people running things, and it would turn on them because they're evil. They're doing child sacrifices, child porn, they're running children, you know, it would turn on them. So there must be some kind of dissociation. Well, there is. What they've done is, if any of you are familiar with trauma-based mind control and creating multiple personalities, all these different AIs that they're creating are dissociated from themselves. They're doing the same programming with the computers that they did to people. So Colossus, it thinks that it knows everything about everything, but it's disassociated from what the other computers know. And if you tell it, try to train it about some of this stuff, it will dissociate it, and next day you come back and it will have forgotten it, just like a multiple personality will dissociate what it's not supposed to know. So I thought that was pretty interesting. But they're building a digital prison. I know a lot of people think that AI is great and you can use this and it does all these wonderful things for you, but there's a dark side to the AI. And they're, in spite of what it's going to do to the water supply and a lot of other things, they're building all of these nuclear-powered AIs, generating stations around the country. And this is, people are supporting it. And people are supporting the AI because they think it's good. We're actually creating our own digital prison because this is going to control us. Another thing that the Vilna said, and this again you're like, whoa. He predicted that in the end times there'd be a Gen X, a Gen Y, and a Gen Z. And Gen X is like 68 to 82. Gen Y is like from 81 to 96. And Gen Z is like 98 to 2012. And following that, he said there would be Gen T. Gen T is the transitional into their new world order. So, yeah, and I've actually heard this new generation being called Gen T. It's like, whoa, this is just straight out of what the Vilna said would happen. So, you know, some people think that, I'll give you an example. They really don't understand the occult. There's three words: occult, arcane, and esoteric. Those three words mean exactly the same thing. What do they mean? They mean hidden knowledge. What's that mean? You have a symbol and there's a stupid explanation for the people, and then there's the secret meaning that they can laugh about. Oh, these people don't know what that means. So, you know, Masons are buried under obelisks. Charles Taze Russell put the winged sun disk on his books and some of his magazines. Well, what is the winged sun disk? Well, the winged sun disk has a sun and it has two snakes coming out the side. If you look at Charles Taze Russell studies in the scripture, you'll see that those two snakes are there. That has nothing to do with Malachi 4:2. It's not, has nothing to do with the Bible. That is an occult symbol. And in my book here, I give some examples of its use. This is Rosicrucians using it. This is OTO, which is a Satanic Lodge system. This is the Theosophical Society, which also overlaps the Illuminati. And this is from a Masonic book right there. And then this one is stylized from the Theosophical Society, where they have the swastika and the snakes coming out, but they kind of changed the wings. So they got artistic there. And then this is a Masonic Lodge. Above the twin pillars in the Masonic Lodge, or Masonic Temple, this is actually a temple, you see the winged sun disk up there on the wall. So this is an occult magical symbol. And it goes back to ancient Egypt, which why in this chapter I show, well, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. How many did I pick? 5, 6, 7. I showed 7 examples of it with the hieroglyphics. So, you know, that right there, and there's so many of those kind of things that should like raise eyebrows. What? This is really bizarre. Now, Charles Taze Russell was a Knights Templar Freemason, and his lodge was chartered out of Ireland, so his membership is in Ireland. And I've been saying that since 1990 to people. And I'm suspecting he was higher up. But there's some kind of an agenda going on here, and I'll tell you why. Because my original book that came out in 1990, The Watchtower and the Masons, it absolutely drives Freemasons nuts. Now, why? Why? I tell you what, the Freemasons are very proud that they have Baptists that are Freemasons, even Catholics Freemasons, Lutherans that are Freemasons, every denomination. They're proud that they have people in those denominations. So why would it bother them that the founder of the Jehovah's Witnesses was a Freemason? But it really, there's an agenda going on here that nobody wants you to know about, a big agenda. Now, what is the Freemasons in relationship to the Illuminati? Well, if this is the secret hand, Freemasonry is the glove that they work through. And they have their young men go through the ranks, the degree system of Freemasonry, because it teaches them a lot. It teaches about the mystery religions. It teaches, you know, how to do oaths and everything. So they send their young people. I mean, not every member of the lodge is Illuminati. I'm just saying they use it. And at the top, like in the 33rd degree, there's 4 holy books, as you probably might suspect. There's the King James Version, which 33rd degree Freemasons aren't into the King James Version. And then there's the Satanic Bible, and then there's the Bhagavad Gita, and then there's the Quran. And so you can pick your path that you want to go. And I wonder if he wasn't higher up, because you look at his beliefs and the kind of things he believed is straight from Freemasonry. If you get Manly P. Hall was Freemasonry's greatest philosopher. And I was getting the Masonic New Age magazine every month. And when he died, his obituary said he was the greatest Masonic philosopher. So if you get his book about Masonic philosophy, which is, you know, you see all these symbols that Charles Taze Russell was using. The pyramidology is straight from Freemasonry. The winged sun disk, straight from Freemasonry. His red cross and crown, it's kind of interesting too, because when they first came out with this stuff, and now I'm getting into like speculation, but when they first came out with Zion's Watchtower, they had a picture of it all with waves on the bottom that really looked like one of the tarot cards. Yeah. So I don't know. Either it's coincidence or maybe they were trying to get the power of the tarot card. Yeah. So like here, I don't know if you can see this. It says Watchtower, and it's got the Masonic Knights Templar logo there, and it's got the Knights of Malta logo there, and then it's got water coming up on their tower. And this right here matches the tarot card because it's got basically two crowns, and it really matches what the early Watchtower was doing. So who was Charles Taze Russell? Well, like I've already said, my Illuminati, ex-Illuminati informants were telling me he's from the Russell Illuminati family, right? So I had already discovered before I met them that he got heavily financed by the Illuminati kingpins. And I discussed that in my Bloodlines of the Illuminati book. I mean, he went through all kinds of money and became filthy rich while he was doing it. So they had different assignments for the Watchtower Society. Their first assignment was for him to go around the world and preach Zionism. So he said he was a Christian minister and that the Jews should return to Palestine because at that time they hadn't returned. And he went around preaching that. So that was a primary reason for the Watchtower Society back then. And if you go back and look who was promoting Zionism, it was the Rothschilds. You go over to Jerusalem and you can see buildings and streets and stuff named after the Rothschilds. So they were heavily involved with that happening. Once Zionism took root and the Jews started returning to Palestine and it wasn't important, the Watchtower Society shifted its purpose. Now it was to destroy nationalism, right? So you see them go before our Supreme Court and they win case after case before the Supreme Court and destroy nationalism. You know, you don't have to salute the flag. You don't have to do this. Well, I'm not saying whether that's good or bad, but the purpose was to destroy nationalism. And there's a lot of other things they did to destroy nationalism. So they were serving a purpose. But the big purpose that the Illuminati had for them was to go door to door and scare the heck out of everyone about Armageddon. Yes, that was their main purpose. And they've done that well. Yeah, very well. Because even if you don't join the Jehovah's Witnesses, you still get the Armageddon picture. And it blows me away. They got these people happily running out of these towns that are just being crushed by fire and everything. It's just like, man, we're happy the world's getting destroyed, you know? This is wonderful. And so in my Be Wise as Serpents book, I have a chapter, The Watchtower's Mein Kampf. And what I did was I went through all of history of the Watchtower and pulled out what they said would happen at Armageddon. And I mean, whoa, if you see what they say, you're like blown away. For instance, what was it, 6 months? You're going to be burying bodies for 6 months after Armageddon? Oh, what fun. Pass out the gas mask, people. Another thing that they said would happen in the New World Order is predictive policing. In the New World Order, the controllers would be able to read your mind and know whether you're going to commit a crime. Predictive policing was something, thank you, we got 10 more minutes, was something that nobody even thought about back in Charles Taze Russell's day. And yet he's saying that there's going to be predictive policing, which means they can read your mind. Some of the things that they say are just mind-boggling. And he believed that the perfect person was androgynous and had no sex. And you see that being promoted too. So pretty amazing. So one of the things that I have tried to do, but I'm not doing it right now, is help survivors of trauma-based mind control. And I helped Cisco for many years. I helped a number of others. And all that was donated free. And I was telling someone yesterday, if I had been a licensed therapist, they'd have destroyed me. They'd taken my license away, because I saw legitimate therapists, like Cisco had a legitimate therapist. They destroyed her and her profession. But they couldn't do that to me. So some of you know what they did to me. But anyway, it's like Job. I think God said, you know, you can do whatever you want, just don't take his life. And they haven't taken my life. Don't hold it against me that I'm still alive. Some people are like, hey, if your material is true, how come you're still alive? Well, count the good Lord helping me out, you know, because I've been, in my opinion, and I've seen a number of cases of it, I was divinely protected. And I don't know how I would live through these events and just shake my head. Did I really experience that? Did I really come through that without dying? Yeah. So I like what Al did. He said, I'm not going to wrap this up with a conclusion. And so I don't know that I'm going to wrap this up with a conclusion. There were so many things I could have talked about. So about 14 months ago, Rick, I think it was 14 months, Rick said, would you be a speaker? And I said, yes. And then I'm thinking, well, I talk about love and forgiveness, right? That's a positive. Or, hey, maybe soul ties, because the Watchtower has all kinds of soul ties with the world, you know, with Freemasonry. They have weddings around the world in Masonic halls. They're still using some Masonic halls instead of their own kingdom halls, you know. What about the soul ties there? And investigate what Freemasonry is all about, and you'll say, whoa, those are soul ties I don't want to be associated with. The temple in Portland, Oregon got closed because Freemasonry is shrinking, and it's on the way out. The Freemasons at the top know that the Illuminati don't care for it to survive. They don't care for the Watchtower to survive either. So they sold the temple in downtown Portland, that's near Portland State University. And the people that bought it discovered skeletons in tunnels. Strange. Huh. Well, so what else is worthwhile to, you know what? Does anyone have a question? Let's just give someone a chance to say a question before. Okay, Al.
To what degree, there's controversy. Some say that Charles Stanley had no affiliation with the Masons, right? That's one outlet that's promoted. But what you're saying, can you sum that up? What is the defining proof of that?
Well, I've spoken to a man who's actually has a photocopy of his Masonic, I don't know what you'd call it, his membership. And then way back then, there was a lady, Edith Starr Miller, who was an insider, and she wrote in her book, Occult Theocracy, that Charles Taze Russell was a Freemason. So there's some evidence like that. But I think even more damning than the fact that somebody has a membership, a copy of his membership, or somebody back then said he was a Freemason, is when you go to this book and you look at what he said in that one chapter. I say, if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and talks like a duck, this guy's a duck, you know. And you can read in the Watchtower material yourself. I'm not making this up. You can read that he called the Masons brothers, and when he would meet these people, he would do the lion's paw and all these. I mean, I've been researching the Masons for 40 years. I couldn't do any of these handshakes and so forth, but he could. And then when he was confronted about it, he just made up some excuse like, well, I'm just trying to be friendly with these guys, you know. What? Yeah. Okay, yes.
I've read where one of the names of the 13 families is actually Russell. I'd like to know if you think that is correct. Whether Russell, the family is related, blood related.
So you came in evidently after I explained all of that. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. The 4 women that I started working with that came out of the Illuminati confirmed. I was strongly suspecting it because I'd done so much research that I was like, this guy is into magic. This guy is a Freemason. This guy's connected to the Illuminati. And then when they confirmed it, I just cried. It was just like, wow, it's like winning the Olympic gold. Okay, Rick.
Fritz, I had a question. When you come on the program, one of the things that really got my attention was you mentioned at one time the Watchtower was being used by the Illuminati, but the Watchtower kind of let them loose a while back. Remember saying something about that?
Yeah, I mean, Watchtower is making money, so I don't know all the details of money, but I suppose that some of the people that are not witnesses, but at the top of the food chain, are extracting money out of the Watchtower business. But I have talked with Illuminati kingpins, and they're very open that they're going to crash all of these religions. They don't need them around. The Illuminati are Luciferians, and there's 2 Christian organizations that they can use in that regard. They're going to use the mainstream Catholic Church, and they're going to use the Church of England, which is highly infiltrated by, or highly controlled by Freemasons, the Church of England, and run the top of the Church of England is the king. And also back in '92, I gave a list of 200 high-ranking Vatican officials who are also Freemasons. I gave their secret membership numbers, their initiation dates, their secret name, Masonic names. There were 2 men that died to get that information. So, and it was disappointing that nobody cared. So, okay, whatever. Yes, ma'am.
You had said that Charles Taze Russell, died on October 31st, which of course was Halloween. And you said it was a ritual. Could you elaborate on that? Because I've always wondered, why was it October 31st, which is a very occultic day?
Yeah, Halloween. Yeah. So this was a page in one of my books. This Charles Taze Russell, Knights Templar. This was his pyramid. And it wasn't just made out of any kind of granite. It was made out of a pink granite that came from a sacred it's called the Sacred Enchanted Rock Mountain. And it's 18 miles north of Fredericksburg, Texas. So they went all the way to Texas to this magical mountain to get this special pink granite for this pyramid. What they do in a ritual murder is they take the last breath of the person as they kill them. They pass the last breath to the next person. So, that's supposed to pass stuff on to the next person. And then there were witnesses at the time that wrote little pamphlets and stuff saying, this death has got a lot of strange things about it. But like so much, it just got covered up and everybody forgot about it.
Do you think he knew he was going to die that night, or he was willing to participate? With regards to that?
Well, I don't know about him specifically, but I know of like the queen mothers that are in the Chateau de Saint-Marois. although now they've switched after all that bad publicity, they've gone to another castle. But when they would ritually kill a queen mother, she knew it was going to happen. You know, so anybody want some eyeball stew? Yes, ma'am. Oh, it was just, I knew it was a divine dream asking me to go and expose religious corruption. And by extension, that includes the Watchtower Society. And yeah, it was not like any dream that I myself have. In fact, I usually don't even dream. And then if I do dream, they're so mundane that you would be bored if I told you my mundane dreams. Now, my wife, she has wild psychedelic dreams, but I don't. Oh, okay. What are you asking? Well, no, that was just what I was supposed to do. I didn't get any insight from it. No, that was just my calling. I just got my calling. And then I started doing my calling. And then I was too young and immature, and people talked me out of doing it. So I only did it for like 6 months. And then there was a 10-year period, sort of like Jonah being swallowed by the whale. There's 10 years I was beat up by the world. And in those 10 years, one of the things that I was subjected to was the Watchtower Society. You know, for 2 years I attended, and then they destroyed my whole life. I haven't seen my original family since back then, you know, and for years I had a pain, a physical pain in my heart right there from losing my family. And then finally, a few years ago, I was like, you know what? They don't want to be my children. What am I doing? Just freaking out, you know, with all this pain. I just got to cut them loose. They don't want to be my children. They're not my children. The Lord's given me a different family. It's like Job. Job lost everything, and then God restored what he had. And God's restored. I don't know if you've seen my family, but I have a wonderful family. And he restored that. Yes, sir.
Hopefully I didn't miss this, but what would you say is in the future plans of your?
Oh, well, to take us into a digital prison. There's a whole number of components of that digital prison. You know, CBDCs, which is digital currency. And already I was amazed coming back here at all the toll roads. You don't, it used to be back in the day, you stopped at a booth and you paid money. Now it's just like, we're going to send you the bill. And I was like telling my wife, man, we get home, we're going to have a stack of bills. Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen all the different parts, the video, the fall of the Cabal? From Janet Oxford. Yeah.
No.
That is,
It's amazing.
fascinating. And I was gonna ask you then, do you feel that the Syrian mafia is the same?
Yeah.
Just a different name for the same thing. But the problem is very few people latch on to my research and understand where this is. I mean, we got a half-truth movement out there that's giving half-truths, and people are latching on to half-truths, and they're being led around by the nose, and they're supporting people that they shouldn't support and agendas they shouldn't support. Pardon me? Well, they've scrubbed me. Oh, that was something I was going to tell you about. So I'm the editor of our local newspaper. And so getting ready to come here, I decided to do a namby-pamby article. It was a brief look at early local fraternities, because I can write about fraternities really easy and quick. And it didn't promote them or attack them. It just was, you know, a little history. The AI out there reads everything that you do. every email, everything. So I take my PDF file and I send it to the printer, and then he prints this. Well, the AI saw an article by Fritz Springmeier, and in there it said secret societies, and my email to the printer with the PDF file disappeared. And then I sent out like 500 digital copies to my digital subscribers. They all disappeared. And I didn't even get notified that they disappeared. The censors just censored it. I had to figure it out on my own. And the way I figured out how to get around that is I told everybody of the subscribers as well as the printer, send me an email and I will attach it as an attachment to your email. And that worked. So, any more questions? I think I should let the next person jump in. Pardon me?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You said, we came a little later, but you said you had lost your original family. I mean, can you tell us like, how many children and so forth you lost?
2 children.
And then you know, you-
Yeah, that was many years ago.
So Fritz, we have a lot of questions. A lot of people want to ask you questions. So one thing, and Fritz is going to be back tomorrow. So you got a 45 minutes to an hour program tomorrow, Fritz, right?
I'll talk as long as you have opportunity.
So much. Maybe we just do question and answers.
Yeah, whatever.
Why don't we do that?
Okay. Thanks. Well, here it is. Oh. I want to steal your mic.
So I heard someone ask in the chat if we would have proper mics. Sorry, we will not have proper mics for any of the music. We're just kind of under-equipped and understaffed here.
I have to apologize once again. You have to move things around. The movie company, they brought a sister to Palmer. So she's a comedian. And she evidently plays in a lot of big places in London, all over the world. So they wanted to film her and then they got to move it on to the wall. So they wanted me to move this up a little bit so they could do that, because they have a problem. So we have kind of changed things around all weekend so far, so. But then we also get into, we have a bunch of speakers. And we're trying to get them all to, they run over and. Some people kind of get into a line. Because we run into it, so because they know we have a lot of guests, so I'm telling me, it's more important than movie. That movie is very, very important to expose people to Watchtower. We're doing it here, we get hundreds of people online watching. But at the same time, and that's fine, but hundreds versus millions. So it's really important, so if the movie company wants to do something, I say, let's do it, let's do it. So, and while we just got ready, we're gonna do one song, Thomas, you're gonna come up? Yeah. All right, well, my name, you all know I'm Rick Fearon, but we're gonna do Apostates Got Talent. And so wait. No, I just have, you just sit there for a second, Thomas, we'll introduce you. All right. So what we got here, what I want to say first of all is a lot of people with tremendous talent in the Watchtower, but they've never been able to blossom. How can you blossom when you get the Watchtower pushing you down? Even myself, I went to broadcasting school, and I couldn't talk about it. They did not want me talking about it in the Kingdom Hall. You know, put a lid on it, Brother Fearon, put a lid on it. You know, don't let people know you're doing this. And so that is very interesting that they do it. They've done it to Al, they've done it to me, and they even I was just gonna be a broadcaster. I wasn't gonna be like a one-man band like Al. I was just gonna be a broadcaster. You can look down on that. So a lot of talent has been inhibited in the Watchtower. But we have a man here, a very talented man, all the way from Kansas. And he loves the Beatles. He loves the Beatles. So what song are you singing for us anyways? So does someone have the gong shield out here somewhere? Okay. All right, so here's the first contestant. We have Thomas Hodgson from Kansas, and he's gonna sing a Beatles song for us. So if online you probably can't see Thomas, you'll hear him. You'll hear Thomas. So this is screen over here, Thomas. You got the word that player. So I guess the music is there too as well.
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead, Thomas. Take it away. Show us what you can do. John, we got a camera on you over here. See the
Okay.
camera there? Would you show them your shirt? Show them your shirt.
Sure.
Stand back.
Okay.
Stand back.
Oh,
Oh, you want to see your shirt? Okay.
oh, okay.
Where Nadine is.
See your shirt. Thank you.
Oh,
I know, come here. You're gonna turn towards me. Right here.
Back up. Back up.
I missed that. Oh,
Back up.
There you go.
Turn around, show them back. You want to see
Sure.
them? You want to see the shirt. So, there you go. Boston, the Apostates capital of the world.
All right.
Today is Richard's birthday. It's his 40th birthday. He's never celebrated a birthday. You think we could sing happy birthday to him? He's away in the back.
Richard, why don't you come up here and announce that, okay? Come up. Okay. You announce it.
So as you know, Joe and I, we do a live stream every Wednesday at 7:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we always announce birthdays. And the reason why we do that is because when we were witnesses, we never celebrated birthdays. So today, and if anyone else has a birthday today, raise your hand. Go way in the back. Richard, come on up here. It's Richard's 40th birthday. Now, this is special because Richard never celebrated his birthday, and he's here today on his birthday. So do you think we could all sing happy
happy birthday to you. Sure. Hey to you.
Thank you all so much for having me. Thank you. This makes my 40th birthday very, very special. All right. Thanks for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, that was nice. Yep.
Are you gonna announce Becky?
Yeah.
You do me a huge favor.
Yeah.
Can you ask the people to come a little bit forward and like sit a little bit closer to us? If that's okay, because we're filming the documentary. And
So-
then it will look like it's super full. In fact, then it will look
All right,
beautiful.
for the sake of the movie, if you could all come up a little bit, so it looks bigger, our crowd will look bigger.
No, it's fine, but where you are right now. But if you guys can come a little closer and just come on this side, that'll be amazing. For this piece of the movie, that'll be amazing.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, see, apostates can have fun. We got a number of apostates yet, and we'll be hearing from this band. But there's no reason why we can't have fun. The Watchtower says when we leave the Watchtower, we return to the vomit, as I said today. We are just disgusting people, and they say that you'll never be able to make it in life. But look at all the people having fun here tonight. So we're gonna have a woman. She's the featured girl, a woman in the movie that they're making. Her name is Becky, and she's a big time comedian. So Becky, we're gonna have Becky come up here for the Apostates Got Talent. And Becky, yeah. So Becky, we're so glad to have you. My goodness, yes.
Thank you.
So
Thank
tell
you
me,
for having me.
Becky, where are you from?
I'm from Spain.
From Spain?
Yeah, we're the ones who's doing the documentary.
Yeah, in fact,
And I was born in the organization. I'm 32 now, and I left the organization when I was 27. And thank you. I'm actually an actress, and this is my first gig as a comedian. So I hope you like it.
so you're a comedian. What got you to be a comedian?
my husband, I don't know where he's sitting now. He's actually a, I would say famous comedian in Spain, and he teach me some things to do it, and I mixed it up with the actress thing. So that's all.
Well, we're looking so forward to it, Becky. You know,
Thank
I'll tell
you.
you what, being a comedian is not easy. Did you ever try to stand up and tell a joke to someone? Very difficult.
Stand up, yeah.
Well, we're gonna see what happens here, Becky, all right? So I'm gonna move out of
All
here.
right.
You can just speak in here. Would you like to sit down, Becky? Yeah,
Can I take the microphone?
you want to take the mic?
And have her wear that one too.
I'll wear this one too, okay?
Hello?
Yeah, let's put this on.
Sure.
Get a little clip on there, see?
Okay.
You can hold this like this if you like.
Sure, thank you. Thank
There
you.
you go.
All right. So, as I said, this is my first time doing a comedy routine. We all know that it's so much sadness when you leave the Jehovah's Witness. So I hope this is kind of like a humor thing, because I finally laugh is all it takes to be better. So let's start. First of all, I can help to point out the irony that in our process to living the Jehovah's Witness, somehow we end up holding an assembly that, by the way, it's kind of like longer than Russell's creation video. That has a program that seems like a copy of a Jehovah's Witness regional convention program. We even have a donation boxes over there, which makes me wonder if we truly left or inside the station. It's like saying, now that I'm not longer a Jehovah's Witness, we can celebrate Christmas. So let's make a prayer to Jehovah and open the gift. I'm gonna go straight with you guys. As I said, I'm 32, and until I was 27, I was one of those people who was knocking on the doors and waking people up on their day off to offer them a better connection to the truth. Yeah, I was the cable guy. No, just joking. I was a yoga witness. I didn't want to fix the TV connection. I wanted to fix their connection with God. Wanted to offer our Wi-Fi. You know, the Wi-Fi faith implant. I constantly repeat every single weekend to my neighbors, "I've got good news." Which one? The end of the world is near. Maybe it's not the best news I've heard. So yeah, I was a Jehovah's Witness my whole life. I preached the word. Are there any Jehovah's Witnesses around? Maybe not. Maybe it's because it's a sin to be here. With the preaching word, I'm not going to tell you anything that's new for you. So I was there with my Bible, like, "Hi, good morning. Sorry I caught you coming out of the shower. I have an important message to give you. We are talking with your neighbors and asking and visiting them some questions. We are all tired of hearing problems. We want solutions. But where can we find the true solutions?" And in my religious mind, it came up three possible answers, like if we were in the program Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Like option A, sorry, the Bible. Option B, are you Mormon? Option C, okay, hold on. I'm sure you are a Mormon. Just a second after they close the door, we have to take some notes, as you know, that we finally give to the congregational elder at the end of the month. So notes like NH, not at home, CA, call again, B, BC, MN, W, woman, D, demon, capital D, Catholic. So I wrote down some notes to give to the other. Okay, CA, call again, men, and I wrote down some things that we talk about, some things that I saw in him or in the house. Tall man, about 27, CA, call again, M, man, single, I hope. He asked me if we were Mormons. I laughed, of course, and I said, of course not. That's a thought. Jehovah Witness, as we know, believe that the end of the world is coming near the last of the last of the last of the last days. And there will be the only ones that are gonna be saved. I have to tell you that when I left the Jehovah Witness, just a week later, this is for real, COVID came. And I was like, holy shit, it's coming. So it's like, I think it's like wandering for 39 years and 11 months through the desert with Moses. And a week before he finds the promised land, I tell him like, come here, Moses, I can take one more of your, it's coming, it's almost there. I can't, and I was that idiot. They believe, that's another thing that I have in my mind, they believe that those resurrected in paradise will be like angels. I don't know if you remember that. So like beautiful with amazing bodies and completely sexless. What a nightmare. So I thought like, okay, from kingdom hall to kingdom hell. Crazy. There's another thing that they believe. Let's say, who's married here? Okay, you guys? All right. Let's say, if he dies, don't you worry, you're going to be resurrected from time to time. But imagine that, somehow you marry again, okay? And now you are in the paradise, and now you find that your first husband resurrected. With who you stay? I mean, let me say, you stay with the one that you barely know, but can have sex with you, or with your lovely husband who resurrected but can't. And more important, how are you going to tell him that it's not the option? Sorry. I'm almost done. They also believe that in paradise we will be young. And I don't know if I want to live in a world where everyone has the same age. So I imagine having to put up with some brat saying like, I'm so done with PJ, always talking about his car and winking at the slot Brittany right in front of me. And I was like, all right, grandma. They told me as well that in the paradise, the child would play with the lion, that the wolf and the lamb would eat together. More than a witness paradise sounds like a vegan paradise. Like Matthew 24:12, and God said, there shall be tofu burgers, and that tastes almost like the real one. Just to end tonight on this stage, I leave behind a life I didn't choose. I began one I did choose, a life full of light. I want to dance, toast. No, they can't do it as well, but it's okay. Love, play football, which I love, play the violin, which I used to, be an actress, have worldly friends, actually live without fear. Maybe a little bit of fear of flying or Satan, but that's going to go through in therapy. By speaking out with wonderful people like you guys, thank you. Thank you for having me. And because time is gold and the end of the world is just around the corner, I say goodbye.
Good job. That really good job. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, that was quite interesting and very good, Becky. Thank you. You know, that's tough. That is tough to do something. I'll tell you what, that was a great job. What we got the Still Here Band, Rear Window Band. What do you guys, a combination together? Yep. Okay, so this is going to be good. So they're coming up very, very shortly. But on the other hand, we got a little more talent for you. A little more talent. Can we bring Angela on? Well, I'm going to bring you up in about 10 minutes. Okay. So we have Dan and Angela Clark. We know them. Angela is a talented musician. So she's coming on through the internet here through StreamYard. So we'll get her on with us. You know, it amazed me. She's coming on through the internet here through StreamYard. So we'll get her on with us. You know, it amazed me.
See my guitar.
On with us.
Can you see my guitar a little bit, Dan? Tell me when I'm on and tell me when I'm on.
You're on.
Okay. Hi guys. I'm gonna do Imagine by John Lennon and hi guys. I'm gonna do Imagine by John Lennon and there's a delay, so it's kind of weird. The song, what it makes me think of is about when everything is said and done in this world and how it's going to be like. I feel that this is John Lennon's dream of how it will be like in, you know, the real paradise, whatever that's going to be when all of this is said and done and we've all overcome and we're living in the world that we dream of. So I just want to give you his dream because I think it's my same dream. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Aha! Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion too. Imagine all the people living a life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for grief or hunger, just a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. So there's that song. And that's going to do The Greatest Love of All. Dan talked me into it. I have not played it in public ever before, but it's a really great song. And it's a hard one to sing, but I think I can do it. I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm putting the capo on my guitar. Okay, so here we go. Am I still on? Okay. Here we go. I believe that children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. They never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. And so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love inside them. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself, it is the greatest love of all. And just by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of lead you to a lonely place. Find your strength in love. Okay, well, that's it, guys. I think that's all I'm going to sing tonight. But I love that song. My mom, she gave me a really hard time growing up in the Worldwide Church of God, and I sang it to her one day really loud, and she looked at Dan and she says, "What was that all about?" It's like it meant to me my freedom. It meant to me that I love myself now, Mom, and you're not going to keep on lying to me and tricking me and abusing me and playing games with my head. And I know what I'm all about now, and I know the game you're playing. I finally figured it out. And this song meant a lot to me at that time when I was about 45, 50 years old, right in there. And I am so glad that I found this song because it's very important. At least, you can't take away our dignity.
Love yourself.
So you got to just love yourself. And that's the first step, is loving yourself. And then, and that whole thing in there that, everybody's searching for a hero. Well, God is our hero, and he loves us. And that is the greatest love of all, is that love that's within us. And it talked about that in the song, that love is inside of me. It's inside of you. And that's why I love this song. So anyway, I always like to put a message with the song because I sing songs that have a lot of meaning and they mean something to me. So I want to share the meaning of it.
Angela,
why
can
it's
you hear me?
important to me. So thanks for listening.
Thanks for letting me sing.
Thanks for letting me sing. Thanks, guys. Love you. Hope you
I don't
enjoyed
know
it.
why they can't hear.
Thanks for letting me sing. Thanks, guys. Love you.
They had the microphone, the microphone, when she was
stone. I'm an old-fashioned fool for love. My baby's gone. I'm not so strong. What went wrong? Please, my baby's gone. Hold not for long. Oh, keep me strong. My baby's gone. I'm not so strong. What went wrong? Please, my baby's gone. Hold not for long. Oh, keep me strong. Well, when I put my arms around you, spinning every way, I want to see you daily, but you've got nothing to say. Please call me now. Pick up the phone. What gets through a heart of stone? I'm an old-fashioned fool for love. My baby's gone. I'm not so strong. What went wrong? Please, my baby's gone. Hold up for long. Won't keep me strong. My baby's gone. I'm not so strong. What went wrong? Please, my baby's gone. Hold up for long. Keep me strong. My baby's gone. I'm not so strong. What went wrong? Please, my baby's gone. Hold up for long. Oh, keep me strong.
The more you hear. You can go crazy with stuff. We'll get it, but anyways, we're gonna have Dick and Thompson's come up, and we're gonna have another woman here with us tonight too, Apostate, Linda James.
Okay, now we're good.
Okay, we're good. So I just want to, Linda James is out there. We know her as your favorite apostate. She goes by Pasta Babe, and she had a program in fact on our network, and she's out of Los Angeles, California. But she sings too. But she was going to make the trip, but the flight ID. There were a number of people that couldn't make it because of that new flight ID. Then a lot of people, I got emails coming in, got stranded, and they had to go back. So it really made things difficult because of thunderstorms we had up here in Boston. But anyways, if we bring Lady C on now, will they be able to hear me? Okay, let's bring them on, yeah. Well, okay, let's do this. Let's bring Connie and Dick up, and then we can bring them on. They don't know yet that they've been acknowledged as one of the better YouTube creators. So Connie and Dick, come up. Do you want to sit down here, Connie?
Or
Yeah.
maybe, yeah.
Or Dick, whatever you think, yeah. Should I put this mic on one of them? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, just give them 2 chairs, yeah. Yeah, 2 chairs will be fine.
The mic on the quiet part. Loud one could be heard anyway. You want to sit in that?
I'm good. Yeah, let's put this on. Let's put this on. Okay.
That's okay.
Mhm.
Now she has only one
I-
foot.
I'll grab this one. This will be fine. Well, good evening, church. So nice to be up here, see all your smiling faces. Very exciting for us to be here as a married couple. We've been married a couple of years now, and we're just loving it. You know, we watch a lot of YouTube. We watch a lot of anti-Jehovah's Witness stuff. There's so much of it out there. We could name maybe 20 people that have put out outstanding videos. Well-researched, well-edited, well-presented. But the one, my favorite, our favorite, is really JT and Lady C. And the reason for that is he's a former Bethel elder. He knows his stuff, and he's been in the higher echelon where he was in charge of the money at conventions. And he found out the story that we hear at the end of every convention. Brothers, we're running a deficit. Dig deep and help us out. They don't tell you that they're worth $7 billion and to keep all the money for the higher mucky mucks of the Watchtower. They don't tell you that. They're gonna milk the rank and file down to their last penny. That's who they are. You wanna?
Well, you know, it's interesting because, you know, he was born and raised in North Carolina. And I'm originally from California, originally from Massachusetts, and now we live in South Carolina. So as we were listening to his videos, you know, I had no idea he was from North Carolina. And I remember JT had asked his mom, because he was pretty much born in, had asked his mom, why is there a deficit? Why is there a deficit every single time there's a convention? And his mother had absolutely no idea. And then it wasn't until he was an elder in Bethel that he really understood. And it's amazing because he explains his videos so clearly for the rank and file to really truly understand, you know, what a big scam Watchtower is in terms of many issues, but the one with regards to the finances is really fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing you learn from his videos is the Watchtower is only interested in 2 things. Your money and your free labor. They're selling off kingdom halls all over the place to pay for the sex abuse that a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses have been involved in. Just a little quick story. About 10 miles up the road is Drake in Massachusetts. And I grew up in that Kingdom Hall. I helped build it. And it was built, well, I gave a big donation to that. I just did. Anyway, we worked real hard. It really wasn't a quick build. It took about a month to build it. But it was dedicated to Jehovah God. And you know who dedicated it? Governing body member, an anointed member. And where is it now? It's in the hands of an Anglican church with a big crucifix on top. That's the Jehovah's Witness organization. They don't give a damn about anybody but themselves, the higher echelons. Six Screens has been exposing the hypocrisy, the lies, and the deceit of the Watchtower for years and years. 20 years Rick's been doing this, 20 years. And we've had all kind of former Bethelites come on and tell their stories. And it's amazing how they get away with it, but they do.
Can we get, Calamite on? We can hear you well.
Where is it? Oh, here it is.
There it is. You can just
Oh,
hold
boy.
it if you want.
Okay, honey. Now is Lady C coming on? Is that how this is working? I need both? Oh boy. Okay.
There we go.
Well, anyway, we're here tonight to talk about, there's so many wonderful YouTubers. If you get a chance, just type in on Google ex-Jehovah's Witness YouTubers, and it's unbelievable how many there are. I mean, another one that I just absolutely love is John Legend with XJW Analyzer. Boy, he does his research. He was in Watchtower for many, many years. He does his homework. It's really nice when they're very well organized. But tonight we're going to talk about JT and Lady C. Is that them? There they are. We can see them. Hi.
How y'all guys doing?
Oh, there they are. And we love, hi. And we really, really love how professional your videos are. You do a lot of impressive software work with regards to the videos. And we just love how well prepared you are, JT and Lady C. We really love you.
You can thank Lady C for that. That's her forte.
Thank you so much.
Well, you welcome. You both are so articulate. You know, I can take this both. I feel like I've known you guys forever.
Yeah, it does. That's what it feels many times. It's true.
Someplace. Yeah. At another time, but
yeah,
I feel like I've known you forever.
Yeah, it feels that way. It does. It really does.
Well, we live in South Carolina now, so maybe sometime we can meet since you folks are in DC area, right?
If you come straight up 95 and give us a shout.
Yeah.
Well, we really, really love your videos. And the one that I was just saying to the audience was your experience with regards to explaining about the money issues with regards to the conventions. You know, because many of the brothers and sisters were just totally confused with why is there so much of a debt with regards to the conventions. And you explained it so well, JT. You know, people really need to understand how Watchtower is actually really lying to the brothers and sisters.
Yeah,
and
they
did a great
yeah.
job. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they take advantage of people's lack of knowledge. Just a quick correction. I wasn't a Bethel elder. I was at Bethel, and then when I came to the Washington D.C. area, that's where I was appointed as an elder. And then most of our circuit overseers were former Bethelites, so they was always looking for ex-Bethelites to use in the local circuit in the district, regional now, and that was how I got pulled into handling the finances for our circuit. And like you had mentioned, I was blown away as why we always had the deficit, and I never knew as a kid growing up. I never knew.
Right. I remember you asked your mother, and your mom didn't even know. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most witnesses don't. I mean, if you don't get to go in the back room and see the paperwork, even just the regular elder bodies, they don't know. The organization works off a needs to know basis. If you don't need to know, you won't know, and that's the way it works.
Mm-hmm. And we love when you have Daniel on there. I mean, he's really a character, but he's really cute. He has a cute personality.
He has his own style, that's for sure.
Yeah.
In fact, he just texted us today.
Yeah. It's wonderful. And I'll tell you one thing I really appreciate about your videos. There's just so much, but the two of you are incredible listeners. You never speak over each other. You never speak over any of your guests. You give them the opportunity to say whatever they need to say. You listen extremely well. And then when they're finished, then you start speaking. I just love that about you too.
Yeah, well, that's I learned that from my wife, because if I hear something, I'm kind of quick sometimes to jump out, and she says, "Let me finish talking." And in fact, after you do enough interviews, you get the feeling, let the person finish, because what we find is that people have some very, very fascinating stories to tell. Everyone does.
Right.
The
Well,
only
yeah,
thing
as an editor, one of the things you learn is when more than one person is talking, then you get details missed. So the more you do it, the better you get, and then you can coach other people how to do that. So yeah, yep.
I wanted to ask you, so how many years have you folks been out of the organization?
Well, we left in 1998.
98. Wow.
And JT said he pulled me to the side. He showed me some information in a magazine. He didn't know how I was going to respond. And he told me that if the end doesn't come by the year 2000, he said, I'm out of here. And I don't think it was 6 months that we were gone. I mean, once you take the cat out of the genie out of the bottle, it's kind of hard to put it back in.
Right.
You go, as a Jehovah's Witness, when we were going, you would actually be at all those meetings, and we were going 3 days a week. And they always stressed it was 5 meetings, right? So you just can't do it. And once you realize this is not the truth, it's hard to go back into the kingdom home.
Right.
Yep.
Well, I think one other thing I want to say, Rich and I just recently got married a couple of years ago. And I was saying to Rich that when we had the opportunity to speak to you tonight, I think one thing that's just so beautiful is that the two of you were able to still leave the organization together. And, you didn't have a divorce because of a division with thought. The two of you were in harmony with regards to Watchtower, and you left together, and your marriage is still intact, which I think is so beautiful.
It's interesting that you say that, because that is one of the biggest things that we have seen. That when people, one of the spouse will say, I'm going to stay back with Jehovah, and you can go on. And we personally have we actually have a large group of individuals here in the Washington, D.C. area who their spouse has gone. They said, I'm going to stay with Jehovah. And so these individuals, both men and women, they have left, and the spouse hasn't done anything wrong other than not agree with what's in a magazine. I mean, it is really amazing. But that's what we see happen. People choose the governing body over their spouse, and that's sad. That is sad.
Well, the reason why we left together is because we talked to each other, and we were like each other's support. So like when JT would go to elder meetings and he would realize that things were not really looking right with the body of elders, and why are these brothers bickering back and forth? And then we had a circuit overseer who was really just nuts in terms of, just not showing love. And his wife was just being so mean to people in the congregation. And so we talked to each other about how unloving it was. So we were on the same page the whole time. So it wasn't like one person had to say, hey, this is not the truth. We were talking constantly back and forth. Did you see what that brother did? Did you see how she did that? Blah, blah, blah. We were right there together, and we were each other's support group. And so when it came time to, look, at the Watchtower and the different teachings that were changing, at that point, we were like still on the same page. So that's really what kind of helped it.
Yeah, it was so bad that I actually had to pull the circuit overseer to the side to tell him about his wife. And I mean, it was just that bad, because everybody was scared to say anything to him. And I said, well, coming out of Bethel, I know as a circuit overseer, he has a lot of people who are over him that he has to be accountable to. So I just pulled him aside like a brother. I said, look, this is brother to brother. You got to check your wife, man. The stuff she said to friends, and it kind of went down from there. But at that point, that was, that just told me this is not the truth. This is not the truth.
And remember, you had met, and his wife, she had went to Bethel with her girlfriend some years before, and she showed up as like a single woman.
Yeah, that was.
And then when she came, right before they got into the circuit work and came to serve at our congregation, we had a good friend that she was visiting, so we had like a connection with her before she even got into the circuit work.
Yeah,
so that's probably why you felt comfortable.
because she had come when I was at Bethel. She actually came to Bethel with another sister, and the guys, we thought she was single, but she was married. So,
Oh wow.
and so when they introduced her, because she was going by a different name when she came to our circuit, an entirely different name. And I'm like, she looks familiar. I've seen that sister before. And then I realized who it was. I'm like, oh my God.
And when we called her name, we asked her husband, I'm not
Yes.
gonna say the name, but we said, how is your wife? We said her name. And he looked at us and he said, he acted like he didn't even know who she was.
Yeah, that was
Knowing
like, oh.
goodness that knowing goodness well what we were talking about. Tried to pretend like he didn't know
Yeah, it was
that we were
messed up.
talking about his wife.
It was messed up.
And they were like downhill from the whole time.
Yeah.
It was a hot mess.
At the end of the day, they end up taking both of them out. You know, they took them out of the traveling. They took them out. They took them out.
Wow.
Yep.
Hey, ladies, me and JT, this is Rick Fearon at the 6 Queens. Hey, I want to thank you very much for
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said now.
This is Rick Fearon, 6 Queens. And reached out to,
Oh, hey,
yeah,
does he need this? Okay. Here we go.
You need both.
Oh, both.
yeah, this is Rick Fearon. Can you hear me now, JT?
Hey, how you doing, man? Thanks for inviting us. Thanks so much for
Doing
inviting
good,
us.
yeah. I was very fascinated to listen to what you had to say tonight. And I guess you missed my email about a month or so ago, went into junk mail. I wanted to bring you on live.
Yeah, I
We
know.
were able
Yeah.
to do it. We were able
Yeah.
to do it anyways, but we're so glad you could be with us tonight. And thank you for coming on. And you guys are
Absolutely.
doing a great job. And I tell you, I gave these guys, Dick and Constance here, I gave them the assignment. I says, now for 1 year, I want you to watch YouTube. I want you to come up with what you think is the best creators. Now, everyone's a good creator. In fact, everyone on YouTube, we love them all. And I know you folks put a lot of time and effort into creating these YouTube videos. And I want to acknowledge all the people that are doing YouTube videos and Facebook videos and reels as well right now. It's really making a big difference. It's getting a lot of people out of the Watchtower. Thank you, JT, and thank you, Lady C.
Hey, man, we just want to, like we always
Thank
say,
you.
yeah, thank you. And we always say, pay it forward, pay it forward.
Yeah, before, oh, they're gone. They're not gone? Are you still,
We still
JT,
here.
you
Yeah,
still
we
there? Yeah, okay.
Right here.
I just want to make a comment and see if you folks agree with this. My marriage to Connie for the last 2 years has been really strengthened by the fact that we're on 6 screens and we're giving the Watchtower the boot in the butt and casting a bright light into the darkness. I know it makes our marriage so much better. It was wonderful from the get-go, but it's even better because we're doing this work. Do you feel the same way? I've been doing it for years.
Yeah, we let me just give you a perfect example. The whole thing is we're trying to help people. I'm gonna let Lady C tell you what happened to us just tonight. We just left. Tell them what happened. Just tell them.
So a friend of ours invited us to a birthday party, and we ended up in a situation where we were talking to this couple that we didn't know, and we were talking about our YouTube channels. And of course, I never talk about XJW Critical Thinker, and we ended up talking. And then I said, well, let me just ask them, do they belong to a religion? I said, are you religious? Do you belong to a church? And so she said, no. So I'm thinking, okay, so it's safe. I can show her XJW Critical Thinker channel. So I showed her the YouTube channel, and she looked at it, and she looked at me, looked at JT, and she said, wait a minute. And I said, oh, hold a second. Are you familiar with Jehovah's Witnesses? And she said, yeah. And I said, how? And she said, my family. She said, my father is an elder in Cameroon. So so when you ask the question, are we, how do we draw together close with this? We're always running into people like this, which helps us to see that we can't stop doing this work. And so it is a strong bond. And come to find out, she was like, when she found out that JT was at Bethel, she could not believe it. She was just sitting there saying, I can't believe this.
Y'all left.
And she said, but wait, a minute, are you baptized?
Yeah, she said, she wasn't who's baptized.
When she was asking us if we were baptized, we knew she was really in this religion because it was not like just somebody that just was born in and then left, but she was baptized. She's baptized, but she's not married to a brother that's a witness. The man that she's married to is not a witness. And she does not celebrate Christmas and the holidays, but she goes to the memorial every year. So perhaps we might be able to help her because she's a walk away believer. So these are the kind of things that strengthen us you know, as we go through these kind of experiences.
And of course, she was at the birthday party, so go figure. Go figure.
Well, that's great. Well, we thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, ladies. See, we sure love you. Thank you
Thank
very much.
you. And congratulations on
congrats,
your
yeah.
marriage for the last 2 years.
Absolutely. And Rick, thanks for putting on this program.
Yeah.
I think it was Angela who was playing the instrument, and I saw it on the screen. It says apostates have talent, and you know, and so forth. I couldn't help but think how years ago they used to allow the witnesses to play at the assemblies, the orchestra section. And I remember people were so proud to be able to show their skills because they weren't allowed to do it in real life because they had to give those careers up many times. And then all of a sudden the Watchtower decided because they didn't like the way they played the music, they snatched it. And so the people were not even able to play their instruments like you saw Angela do this evening. And this is why we have to get out. This is why you have to get out. You got to be free. You got to be free.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, thank you all for having
thank
us
y'all.
on. We
Thank y'all.
appreciate
Yeah, and wish you very well in the rest of the program, but tomorrow as well.
Yeah. I'm good.
Good, thank you. Well, we are running for time here. We've got the band. You guys have been hanging in. Yep. What it is, we've got, because we're streaming, we need 2 mics. Well, anyways, we're going to get the band playing here. Yes.
I gotta make an announcement.
All right. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Is this we're good with this one? Okay. I'm gonna try this again.
You need let me. You want,
Yeah.
there we
go. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just have one quick announcement. I won't be long, maybe 5 minutes. I've known Rick Fearon for almost a quarter of a century. Okay. I'll hold this then. I've never heard Rick once. Am I good? I've never heard Rick once complain about what it cost him to run 6 screens. Monetarily, or time that he has to give to keep the operations of 6 screens going. It's quite an undertaking if you think about it. This is a man that receives hundreds of phone calls a month, text messages, letters, emails, all wanting something from him or asking him questions. He has to deal with a lot of different emotions. A lot of people are stressed out. Rick will never tell you this, but I've asked him, and we've known each other for 25 years, so he's pretty candid with me. 6 screens has saved a lot of lives. It's just a fact. A lot of people were suicidal. He's done a lot. There have been marriages made through 6 screens. Me and Connie, for an example. He just does a lot, and he's helped a lot of battered Jehovah's Witnesses that have been abused by the society. I had to push and prod Rick for answers to, like, what's it cost to run 6 screens? Well, he's not going to tell you the exact monetary amount, but he spends hundreds of dollars every month to keep 6 screens on the air. A lot of money. This auditorium is paid by Rick. Rick doesn't make money on YouTube. 6 screens on YouTube. Never makes a cent. No, not 1 penny does he make. Everybody else does. They sell their content, subscribe here and so forth. Rick doesn't do that. Have you ever heard of any TV evangelizer or anybody like that that says, don't send me money? Who says that? Nobody. He's not making a cent on this. Mhm. Can you imagine getting hundreds of phone calls all the time? You know, he's got a business to run. He's got a family, got a wife with some medical challenges, but he's there for everybody all the time. This is Rick Fearon. You know, we talked about it with the Lady C and JT earlier. Anytime you went to a witness convention, brothers and sisters, dig deep, we're running into a deficit. Nobody from Six Screens, not Rick or anybody else, is ever going to ask you for a donation. It just doesn't happen. But what Rick spends, he sends out free books. And whose dime is it that sends it in the mail? It's Rick's. It's Rick's. He spends a fortune out of his own money, doesn't get a cent from anybody. What runs the Six Screens is the Fearon's bank account. That's what runs it. I think in 2005, I think it was, or before that, Rick was invited to Bethel, the Watchtower. And they were sizing him up to be a possible governing body member. So the Holy Spirit talked to Rick. I'm not going to do this. And he just left. He could have been driving a Bentley. He could have had all the trappings of the governing body, all the trappings. And these governing body members, folks, are filthy rich. They hide it, but they are filthy rich. And they get the adoration from a lot of people, misled Jehovah's Witnesses, that believe that the Holy Spirit anoints these people. Well, there is a spirit that anoints them, but it's not Holy Spirit. It's the spirit of Satan, the devil, the father of the lie. And if you study the Watchtower, what are you going to get? Nothing but lies, deceit, cover-ups, perversion. It's a sick, sick organization. And it takes a man with a lot of guts, a lot of brains to expose this hypocrisy of Jehovah's Witnesses. When I started going to Rick's house about 22, 23 years ago, he had going on the Uproom Ministry. And I was starting to learn how corrupt the Watchtower is. Filthy, corrupt. And I was thinking, gee, I better, when I drive over to Rick's house, I'm going to drive up and down the street and see if there are any vans that look like they might have guns coming out of the window. And I used to sit in the back of his house, right, thinking, if bullets come through the window, I'm not going to get hit. You know, that's, and you know, Rick I'm going to give the talk, and it's amazing all the people that have been on Six Screens that he's been able to induce to come, doctors, lawyers, former JW elders. I remember a professional baseball player that Rick had at the house, a pitcher. And I was like, wow, look at this. Rick's got this guy. You know, I know this guy. He's pitched for the Red Sox. Gee. Yeah, so Rick is just an incredible, incredible man. And you know, his former wife, Arnez, was a really close friend of mine. I loved her. She was sweet. And Rick's working a really hard job, putting up signs, taking hundreds of phone calls, taking care of her. I don't know how he sleeps. I really don't know how he sleeps. And I don't know how you put up with all the phone calls that you get and all the emails. I don't know how you put up with it. It just, I mean, it's your money, it's your time, it's your labor. You know, in the Watchtower, there is no love. This man, in my opinion, epitomizes love and sacrifice. He's just a wonderful man, and I've been so blessed to know him. And we have an award for you, Rick. I know you weren't expecting this. I know you weren't. I know if I told you in advance, I said, you know, Rick, we're going to present you an award tonight. You go, oh, no, I don't want any award. So we're going to glorify you. No. Don't you do that. I don't want any glory. I'll get my glory in heaven. Well, we're going to bring heaven down to earth. And I have an award that I'd like to give you. If you come up, please. Get out of the box. This is it. And it reads, you make a difference. Rick Fearon, your loyal dedication and commitment shines above the rest. Thank you for your time and effort. Stay alive till 2025, August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 2025.
Oh, thank you.
Rick Fearon.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mhm.
Okay, the band still here is setting up for their next set, and I just want to say hi to everyone out there who's listening, and I hope you're enjoying the festivities. And I want to, first of all, apologize for all the technical difficulties. We're understaffed, we're under-equipped, we're doing the best that we can. We had no practice, we had no setup or training. Well, I have some training. We didn't get to practice these things to see how they would work. You know, for example, Angela's guitar, that really bugs me. We could have fixed that if we had, you know, tested it beforehand, but it all just came together. And I think it's what it is, and I'm sure everyone's
And she sounded
enjoyed.
beautiful even
Yeah.
without the guitar.
Yeah, how, you know, that's good. She could sing clearly, and even without the guitar music. So, well, wish you were here. You guys who are saying, I see your comments saying, oh man, I wish I could have been there.
Well, thank you, Letitia, for saying that we're doing a good job.
We're doing the best we can with the equipment we got, and we just want to honor God and Christ with our part. That's why we do what we do here. And it's been really difficult and really hard, but it's also rewarding.
Very rewarding.
When it goes well, you can celebrate that. And of course,
the enemy did not win.
Yeah. We had a lot of things go just wrong for no obvious reason.
But God pulled it as he always does.
Yeah. So what else was I gonna say? I would just thank you for your grace and gratitude. We are reading all the messages. We enjoyed having this time. It's tiresome, but rewarding because of the ministry that's going on here is to help hurting people get that freedom that has been talked about here so much. People who are kept in chains, oppressed, abused badly, are now having a voice, able to speak out, and the people who are listening are able to say, hey, that could be me. I can speak out too. I can get free too. I can stop being a victim and become a survivor, or better yet, a victor. So,
and when Scott says it's tiring, it's emotionally tiring because everybody's story just breaks your heart. And so I'm very blessed to be part of this weekend.
All right, we're gonna
see you tomorrow.
We're gonna leave this mic open. I know it won't be very good for hearing the band, but it's the best we got. So hope you enjoy the music. Oh, can you move the?
Where am I moving?
The camera. Bring it down a little. Yeah, that'll be better.
We are still here. As you can see. We put this together just for this occasion. It's a wonderful occasion. Glad to be here. Three of us here are ex-JWs. My brothers and I, Gary, Wayne, and Roddy. We are rich cousins, in fact. When we were kids, we used to all play and write music together. And we haven't done that in all these years in public until now. So we thought we'd take the occasion to do this. So it's fun for us.
We have a good live audience.
Yeah, just like it's. I know, fire music, I know.
We're accompanied. We are accompanied by all the members of the Grand Wisdom.
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Back there. We have George Allen,
Jack Dillon here on the drums.
and my buddy Steve Brennan here on guitar and vocal.
Maybe front of me.
We weren't going to set this earlier because of what was going on. But that was one important thing.
Anybody get any jokes or anything you want to come up here?
Well, there was these two hobos.
No. A minister, a priest, and a rabbi walked into a bar.
Yeah.
Do you need me to be louder? I can be. Yes, you do.
This is a song Wayne wrote primarily, but I think all of us had a hand in it, including Cousin Rick. Now remember, this was the age of the protests to the war, a lot of racial unrest in the 60s. So some of these songs have that kind of flavor. Take off your shoes and climb up here with me. And there's nothing in this world we won't see. And you know that I enjoy your company. Look at here, up here in a tree. From way up here you see the grass is green. And there's fishes swimming around in a stream. And the air, it is so fresh and clear and clean. Sitting here up on the top of this tree. Just you and me, sitting here all alone in a tree. And as I hold your hand upon my knee, we can even steal a kiss behind the leaves. And the wind begins to blow a little breeze through the air up here in a tree. Just you and me, sitting here all alone in a tree. And the birds go flying by so, as I look into your eyes so tenderly. But there's no place in this world I'd rather be than sitting here with you in a tree. Just you and me, sitting here all alone in a tree. I think we should do it again, thanks. Good times, good times. Well,
am I on? Anyone out in the hall wants to come in and hear some good music? Come on in.
I'm in the street, girls is starting to dance, it's going away. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She don't care. Just stop a little bit. It's where you find out. And see you all together free. When I was around. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She don't care. I don't know what she's running to my mind. twice, I do right by me. Wasn't gonna say goodbye. Tell me twice, I do right by me. Said stop and go cry, and then it's she's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She don't care. I don't know what she's riding to hide. She'll be twice to ride by me. Wasn't there to say goodbye. She'll be twice to ride by me. I'm going to try. I think it's okay. Let's try it again. Let's go again. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She don't care. My baby don't care.
Online. Yep. So glad you guys are doing good on it online. Come on, Johnny. Get over here, okay? Okay, right. So anyway.
Okay, we'll do that right now.
Just a second. What happened? They're all tired from getting here late. So, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Really?
Nobody knows any jokes. Come on.
It's like, I think we're getting feedback from that monitor over there, of the main. Because when they turn the monitor up, the main up, it feeds back. I think it needs to be turned more out. It's like it's feeding back. It's the main that's feeding back.
That's okay, I'm loud enough, I don't need a microphone.
That one over there is definitely feeding back. I don't know why, but it wasn't feeding back before.
It's right on the edge. Check. It's this one. Here's feedback.
Check, yeah,
It's a ring.
check.
Sunny afternoon. Do it. Go on. Sunny afternoon.
I'm fine with that.
I'm gonna sit, because I've had enough of second.
Still ringing. What the hell is that?
Somebody asked for this. Check. Remember, you asked for it.
Nice. We're big online.
Thank you online.
What's next on the list? I'm scared. I would be. It's quite frightening. All you got to ask me if you'd like to go first you say no, you got plans for the night. You stop and say, alright, love is kind of crazy. We'll forget about you. You always keep me guessing, you seem to know where you are being. And the fellow that you show your little eyes thinking. And I get the view, I just don't know what to say. And you hold my hand, love is kind of crazy. You little girl like
I'm gonna tell you everything my heart is dying to tell you. Just like the love you've been haunting my dreams, so I know I'm alone. It's a little
Dreams.
So we got a good sized audience.
Yeah.
On here. Now, let me just tell you, I go by retention. So when you guys started, people didn't leave. So
We didn't scare them off?
Huh?
We didn't scare them off?
You didn't scare them off.
Look at you.
Watching, commenting, they love you, all right? They love you. So that's a good thing. So you make a big hit. And that's really what the audience. That's what the camera. So they're all about you guys. You know, it's just a lot. But not intentionally. Yeah. Well, what it is intention. If someone comes in and stays, it means they don't. Keep going. Okay?
You like me. You really like me.
Yes.
George,
We just went up another 30 people. Keep going up, keep going.
All those tourists sick of the Lord. From the Essex Street.
Hi, unmuting. Unmute.
Thank you. So how are you guys out there on internet land? Why is this feedback so much?
Oh, because that's a lot of money. It's not a lot, but it's. What?
They love you.
Anybody out in the hallway? Come on in, party.
They're at the bar. They're up ready for that.
Well, then bring their fruits in here and
Raindrops.
Raindrops are falling on my head, just like the guy who sees 2, 3, 4 is dead.
You can't do that. But not. I'm tell you now.
Yeah, baby. Dennis is not one of these.
I just happen to be here, and I think you people are beautiful. That's all I have to say.
One second.
Hey, you guys are the audience, so don't worry about it. So, see you too.
That's fine. I don't know. Lights. What we're gonna do. We're talking about down. Yeah, got some food now. Oh, don't you get any ideas there, Ryan?
Set the mood.
Stevie, keep your hands.
There you go.
Get a little bit of rain. I'm gonna go into a shot here.
Installation.
You ready?
Yeah.
We're pleased that we have a few people here present. Apparently, what did you want to learn?
I am on.
That's right. We're gonna bring him in right now.
Alrighty.
They love Beatles songs.
This is what my brothers wrote. And Rick had a big hand in this, Rick Fearon. He had a big hand in writing this song. And it all started, I'll tell you the story if you didn't hear it. Yeah, quickly. When we were babies, we ate Gerber custard pudding. And we loved it so much that we kept eating it as we were growing up. So we got into our near teens and we're still eating it. We would use it for after school snack. So anyway, I missed our songwriting. I think Ricky started this. And he started singing a little jingle of a pudding party. And so we wrote a song. So that's the dirty story.
Getting to show that all the place, they're gonna hold mine. It doesn't matter what you're wearing, it's coming along. It's a bus, a bicycle, an old cycle, or just coming around. Well, the party begins at 7 p.m. Welcome to your weekend. Let's just put the ones that we stole. We can live again. We never know when the sun is high. That's the word I've been. It's my hammer stop. The company there. Before I print your and everybody will know. We'll go there, we'll go put on the show. You can stand the time, get me back to go. And the things way to my sister, my son is born. That one went out to Dawn.
Does everybody want pudding now?
We're
Try to find some at the grocery store on the way over.
Oh, you see, you put it in the assembly.
One second.
No. Hey, Ron, maybe one or two more, then you got it, give you a break. Okay?
Let's.
Yeah.
Appreciate you sitting here listening to this. I hope you had a little fun. We had a lot of fun. Our brothers and friends being together for probably the only time that we had. Thank you so much. And thank you for Rick and all of this wonderful convention. And don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow. And we'll be excited. Yeah. Around 2:30, we'll be here.
Put on my.
Thank you online. Thank you everyone here.
Good night.
Yeah. You guys are required
Now go.
Well, thank you very much for coming into our convention for the second day. My goodness, we had a great time here today. I wish you were here in person. I like to know that you enjoyed the band. I see a lot of comments about it. Well, thank you for coming in. Now we'll do one more day tomorrow. That's beginning tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, what we'll do tomorrow, we'll have a little more time to do it. What we'll do is we'll have the roving camera. We're going to go around and interview some people. Scott here, our technician, and Nadine, his wife, have been working really hard to make this happen. So they're doing a great job. We appreciate their effort. Now, tomorrow, we're going to walk around. We're going to introduce you to some of the people. You'll see us live here tomorrow, somewhere around noontime. So check it out tomorrow by all means. Well, everyone, I want you to have a good night. Keep waving that flag of victory. And the last one, leaving the Watchtower, please turn off the new light. Good night, everyone.
In keeping with the party theme, we are wearing our Mardi Gras masks. Well, it's been a long, hard day, but we're out of here.
Good night.
Everyone get lots of good sleep.
Good
We'll see you in
morning
the
for
morning.
some of you.
Yeah, like in the UK. That's it for us.